Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Uh-huh. Okay, so as yesterday we stopped on the LCPC 8 three-way agreement, so a quick reminder that Fabius became kind of trash human. Yeah. Also, as you can see, reward exchange. I played yesterday and today daily runs, so I got my title elegy. And also I bit spoiled myself one thingy, but I hope it will not affect the rest of the tell me and I tell you the campaign. Well, at least I know who will be the final boss, sort of. Okay, three-way agreement. Damn it, can we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Ah, so her name is Irene. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left. Sorry. Which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you said most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Gran Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty had already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she is a seaborn or not. Can't know if she is a cultist. This is true. Yet, once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Skadi's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind, but Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with Ager is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer the question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me, or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but fine, let's hear it. I want to interrogate you about about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Faro Muerto, that lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline there is an intact eye of Iberia on the sea. Though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Of the coastline? Is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're going to dress the a.k.a? Oh wait. Wrong button. Okay. Okay. I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the a.k.a. is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what do you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the Kotos, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of feelings for or against the a.k.a. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What she is on about? She's conveying that in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity, and the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? Well, there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest. I already have a state of the art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. Let me check. Okay. Okay. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in mayors. We're in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city, it would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed it is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. We have one in the face of Faust. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Originium technology. So I doubt there is anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then you needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company skills. I can also work on the simpler task. I've learned a thing or two helping our Gramps, stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Oh, well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Ami and Skadi remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taking over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? I like his supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if their lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not about intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by the Seer Terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I have encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, it is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to the revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use the communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let's command mission vessel masses retrieval. Righto. Step one of the plan's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. Huh? What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Autis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Skadi, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Okay. So that was the chapter 8. Whoa. Okay. Operation Lighthouse Retrieval. Poop. Also, we will get even more crystals. The sea terror residue or something. After a while of carefully sailing on Skadi's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. If in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even called these lighthouse guardians of Iberia. It retained the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We're literally about to walk into one. Don't you even quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged, however, from what is visible from the outside, it's interior is still quite intact. With Mistfall's expertise, it should not take very long. Yisang suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse, then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit will remain unmarred, even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one of or two. Excuse me? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. My sincere apologies. Sincere apologies. Hello? Hello? I hope you do not see anyone on the background. Just in case, let me just hello, hello. I will be on the push to talk mode for now. Okay. I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. No, I don't need them. Seaters will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with standing behind alone. Huh? Thanks for this explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through the extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scaddy. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of that L-Corp branch back at U-Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so guys, can you pry open this door? Or move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and well, I'll put together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gate is a sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. By the way, I forgot the reason why I was AFK. My elder brother came over. He's right here as a guest at the kitchen. He helped me to take off the old washing machine. Take out like outside. Skady might be able to open this door with her incredible strength. Wait, did I read it? Back to the lamp. I read this. Skady might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the seaters from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration, it's different from those sudden flashes of realization, and it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper, cuts through it. And through that opening I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Skady, born from a very, very warm gaze. Skady? Powerful imagery crashes into me like the waves. Skady, the staggering dancer, wielding a blade. Skady, who flaunts her flowing locks, and Skadi the singer humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Skadi's existence has become engraved. The singer who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good. I don't think we will need to send for Skadi. Huh? What? Hey Ishmael, I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? Oh, it's tidal elegy. I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego, whatever it is. Seems to me our manager has found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Hey, there you go. Huh? Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, I didn't think it will be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yeah, that. That is... this is most fascinating. That's an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amia's subconscious mind. There was this strange and familiar light, and I saw Amia's emotions attached to her memories and experiences. So I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering it in without asking first, but I didn't see anything other than things about Skadi. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Skadi. Okay. It's okay, I also have experience with gaining power from other memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation which is delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego? Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego which are blown from within oneself. That's enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young mayors and young Amia learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor uses an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall, several of them, in fact, of a building that the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. And it better to let her talk heart out that to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything. His face though, he's like, ah. I'm convinced. Do as you will then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayos anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her as the wet, slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were most sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Skadi, which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go, let's take this lighthouse back.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지. 시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못할
이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 당뇨에 허덕다. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수
그렇지. 그게 바로 핵심 증거라고.
이대로 몰아붙이면 아무 저항도 못하고 사건이 해결될
그래.
수밖에 없겠는데요?
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는. 처리는 빠르게 하는
개체들의 체력이 많이
덜
꺾여나갔어.
답답한 법.
괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
죄송해요. 제가 어지러워서 못 봤어요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
또 대단한
약점이
일이라도
명백해.
하신 거겠죠?
평면적이다. 이렇게 간단하면 김새는데 추리하는 맛이 안 나잖아. 우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네. 잘 됐다.
흑승류 뜀박질 준비. 불쌍하게 울고주네.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
넌 푸름을
감회가
틔울 수도
새로워요.
없겠구나.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한걸?
가치 없고
전투 감각 하나만큼 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하게 나군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같다. 목을 콱 물어버리자고. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만 제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 기후팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어. 방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
흑승류 뜀박질 준비.
말로 받았다.
개체의 유효한 속성을
저
정확하게 간파했습니다.
도려내라.
제 예상만큼
올바른
관리자님의 능력이
방법으로
우수하다는 것이
군대에게
증명된 거죠.
길을 열어.
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
방금 건 제대로 된 공격이 아니었는데? 혹시 너희들 중에 매뉴얼을 제대로 안 읽고 온 사람들이
끝내지.
있는 걸까? 이제 깨우치시게.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
승천. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
퉁퉁치셨네.
숨통 끊기.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 틈을 끄 완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
사실은 그렇게 대단한 일도 아니에요. 혹시 칭찬을 받았다면 엔젤라님이나 말쿠트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
이제 깨우치시길. 방금 공격은 좋았어.
바람
이대로만
들어오는데
계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
짓밟아라.
어머, 놀랐어?
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
가치 없고 죽어.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
네, 잘 들어가세요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
겹겹의 중
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수
보이겠어.
있겠다. 그치?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
가치 없고
방금 공격. 다음에 다른
Okay, I'm back.
다시 해줄래?
I just had to say goodbye to my brother and thank him for help
다른 분들도
with throwing out the old washing machine. So let's continue. So we just kicked asses of some sea terrors.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
For this time, Yisan got the MVP.
수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이
Okay,
한 걸음 더 가까워진.
and it's soft locked for some reason. Let's restart. Yeah. Oof. So let's continue. Oh, without reading. Okay. Let's connect this and this. Favorite. Okay. Okay, let's go.
뒷박질 틈.
이 앞에 숨 누구 하나 살려본 말로 받았다.
Nice.
개체들의 체력이 많이 빠져나갔어.
도려내라.
괴로워하는 게 느껴지고
Strider Win is in action.
계속 나아가보자.
Well, not so efficiently, unfortunately, but still. Okay, we finished one
방금 공격
creature already.
이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데. 당연한 걸 한 것까지 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
Yeah, Yusang will deal a lot of damage here, for sure.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 가지고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
Ouch.
끝내자.
The second one is done. Okay, we need to kill 23 more. Mm-hmm.
또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
Okay. Wait a second. Let's do this instead. Okay.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Okay, this runner is done.
엄청난 공격이
No, 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 no.
기념할 만한 걸.
There you go.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
가치 없군. 죽어.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이
Okay.
같은데 이런 보수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
일기단천
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하게 나군. 이제
다들
그
첫 여정을 시작했을
알아들을 수
때보다
없는 말투만
정말
고치면
강해지셨네요.
딱 됐어.
매일 보아하는데도
수감자.
지금 감회가 새로워요.
좀 추석네.
사실은 그렇게 대단한 일도 아니.
Okay, there is a couple of low HP.
혹시 칭찬을 받았다면 엔젤라님이나 말쿠트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요.
Let's finish them. Just like that.
연일이
그래, 그렇게 시원하게
바람 불어오는 대로
보는 맛이 나.
짓밟아라.
일좀 빠르게 하는 편이 답답해.
기술적인 피해량인 것 같다.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Oh,
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
oh, there is two Sea Reapers.
너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
태연이.
그렇지. 그게 바로 핵심 증거라고.
이대로 몰아붙이면 아무 저항도 못하고 사건이 해결될 수밖에 없겠는데요?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Okay, one shot, one kill, which is nice.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
물론껏.
네, 잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
And Otis will finish it. Calculated.
영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she will receive 2 counterattacks, so let's not do this. I guess.
흑수며 뒷박질 춤.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 먹고 제쳐라.
완벽한 한 방.
Okay, instead Yisang the one who attacked 2 Sea Reapers. I hope he will not get staggered.
이건 예상 못한 만큼 깔끔하게 몰았군. 토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Oh, he is attacking with Faust instead. Okay.
묘야. 길을 열어라.
아, 여기서 그런 공격.
Okay, we're almost done with one of the Reapers.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
오케이.
대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
겹겹의
참고로
주문.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
뚫어보이겠어.
Okay, this thing is in frenzy. It's frenzied. But it's clashable, so it's okay. You know what, actually, let's get rid of this, first of all. Yeah, Yisank will get at least 4 of them. I hope so. Mm-hmm. Just in case. So yeah,
일기당천.
we've seen to remain oneself by Link stagger it. Almost. Oh, this is very close. Sorry.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Wow.
그간의
That was nice attack.
쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테.
Okay, let's finish it.
적이었습니다. 자, 될지 잘 생각해보라고.
이제 지시게. 좋아. 이걸로 사건 해결.
Mission accomplished.
전투가 예상되는 삼추 소수진의 전투였고
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
또 한 줄.
Of course, it's Yisank.
핏물진 길일 뿐이지만.
Let's claim Lulashi.
홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Also, let's claim this thingy.
이 홍로가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Nope.
요즘
Yeah.
요즘 우울해 보인다고?
I doubt that I will take it off in the closest time. Okay, the Fabled Knight. Oh, seems like a boss fight. Will it be the boss fight which I think about? There were more sitters than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous system, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Yisank was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Whoa. Then I'll radio the doctor. Let's... Ah! A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah! The floor is giving away! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see, all shattering through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist, and it's charging at us once again. Oh. As Yisank noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse, and the lighthouse is almost fully functional. It only takes some finishing touches to have its light and shine again, which I can't help those, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you to the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager? All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse, Tomeas. We have to put a stop to that night somehow. Damn. Waves crest high and violent behind this spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse, lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us. His steed split in the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Okay, the boss fight against Fable Knight. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through Ami's phantoms, flash briefly before my eyes, and I see Seaboard Knight wield his great lance against surface terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lance. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here? Overcome the Malone roar and try to talk to the knight. The knight is just an enemy, nothing more. Let's overcome. Oh, nice. Hanlu? We are not the sea, we are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. The last knight gained 3 offense level down. Nice.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
이 앞에 숨지지 마. 누구나 살려보내지 마라.
Okay.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테는 조금 멀겠지만.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです。
Okay, what the hell are these snowflakes? Cold. Lose 1 speed for every cold stack. Oh. If this unit has 3 stacks after skill, take 20 gloom damage and 20 sanity point damage. Then gain frozen unit. What is frozen? If this unit did not attack, the last night expires. Unique cold. Did we just get freaking new status? Can attack for this turn. And I fight at 1 HP. Okay, now things became complicated. Okay.
흑승묘 뒷박대 춤. 잠깐만 기다려라.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
목을 콱 물어버리자.
말로 받았다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 모여 길을 열어라.
もっと効果的な方法が。
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Okay, for some reason he became very sturdy. Bro.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, nice.
일기당천. 모험하군.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
자신 있어?
The Cynic's relentless assault upon the Knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the Knight, cold loneliness rides his below insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hands, giving us no time to answer the question. Okay. Let's go. Sinner's Otis' warmth reignites the fire of determination in the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Irene raises the lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Remove frozen from all allies. Nice. Thank you.
皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
How about this? Yeah, let's try it.
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
숨통 끊기.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, that was hella strong attack.
모든 것을 견뎠어.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
일기당천.
아직 죽지 마라.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
Okay, it became staggered.
불가 위하여 막아내지 못해.
Nice.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
効果的な攻撃でした。タンテさん、なんだか
Excuse me, there is a second phase? And what are we supposed to do here?
흑순묘 뒷박질춤
무엄하군. 뜻을 이루기까지
中心に致命傷を確認。
한번
救急車をお願いします。
뛰어가라.
Okay. And it also seems like my stream is a bit laggy. The knight rides upon the violently whining steed, rises skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon towards the knight. Her aim and wheel undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. Maybe we should probably shoot him. Okay, first of all, let's risk it.
일기당천.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
물 넘고 꺾고 제철.
Okay, he didn't corrode.
기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
His attacks became a bit weaker.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Okay. Seems I hope Yisang will tank this attack. But damn, it will deal a lot of damage, you know.
이 한 몸 바쳐
Psych?
모든 피 쏟아내리.
True definition of immortality?
피가 아무리 탁해져도 안 돼. 군주는 죽지 않는다.
자, 달 아가리 벌려. 진짜 즐거운
너의 쓸모를
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서
How the hell am I supposed to win this?
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여. 일기당천.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원했군.
She attacked and got frozen already. Dodge.
뭘 위해 지금까지 무슨
수거져 않나. 묘난
The knight rides upon the violently whining steed. Lance rises skywards. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. Okay. The knight faces the charge, briefly wavers when Senior Luz jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on the momentary opening. The blinding spark flies from her hand cannon and the knight is thrown off his steed.
아는 것을 모른
Oh.
척할 순 없으니.
Dense shadow pulls under the lone knight. Sorcerers of demon flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Are they gathered to defeat the knight? They must first gathered there to believe him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the great will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water surface. But he leaps once again the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Yisang brings the night charge to a stop, then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice, but unlike the knight in the backstreet, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenges the waves and it's fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the night's sinking.
이것이 말의
In the
행진이여.
knight's corpus.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보라.
It will corrode 100%. Take plus 80% damage. Горей туда за.
일기당천.
혈연
For real? Um. Mm-hmm. Understandable.
이래서는 범인이었던 지난날과 다를 바가 무엇인지 떠오르는 해가 부끄럽군요. 부르신다면 언제든.
재촉지 마시오.
사냥감을 찾은 건가? 사냥감을 찾은.
다들 연장 챙기죠.
불청객을
열 주먹으로 매만지며 탐.
손맛 부르신다면 언제든.
애도의 시간.
Let's try syncing team, shall we?
사냥이 실패했고
림버스 컴퍼니
또다시 발톱을. 상관없다.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
Nice.
본부대로 완료했습니다.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Okay, you know what? Let me try something.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
Mm-hmm.
터뜨려주지.
직접 밝혀준다.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
꽂아 터뜨려주지. 정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
본부대로 완료했습니다.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
꽂아 터뜨려주지.
히어! 아르카나 빛! 음차! 리mbus 컴퍼니 の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Huh? Okay, let's try this one. Mm-hmm.
피워보지.
눈부시지 않도록 두려워하지.
이것도 받아보시게나.敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。만만치 않겠군. 이니 하지. 한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
피어나라.
Ouch. Ow.
땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 되려는 자가 있다면
정의 이름으로.
Oh, come on.
敵が来ます。皆さん戦闘の準備を。
직접 알게 합니다.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한
무지하니까
効果的な攻撃でした。 味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
만만찮겠군. 본인이
여기 엽서겠군.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
직접 알게 함이라. 기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다. 써주마!
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
고작 여기서
囚
쓰러진다면
人に致命傷を確認。救済者お願いします。
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이
저 밑에서 나를 부르는 물소리가
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
피워보지.
探偵さん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
열어드리죠.
もっと効果的な方法が。
고맙소. 이런 순간을 보여줘.
본부대로 완료했습니다.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지. 이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 이빨이지.
死亡。どうすれば。
어두운 무지를 열어줬지요.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Oh, for real? Mm-hmm. Good luck with that.
敵が来ます。
Okay.
戦闘の準備を。
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
피어나라.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて
느끼도록. 여기가 뱃속이군.
직접 열어드리죠.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
정리하겠습니다. 물결한
써주마.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
이곳은 그분의 조생이요. 가까이서 자세히 보니까
깨달았나?
Limbus Company の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
어두운 무지를 열.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Okay, he's almost done.
파생 완료.
Not the first try, but still. Sinking team helped me a lot. I'm out of rounds. The lamp is almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What the difference does that make? Seniors were reeling from the battle against this enemy who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving as much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space began to envelop my vision once again. Wait, is this just like from the dark? Light shines again. I reach out towards it and see. Unlike the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely powerful Skadi, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Kazimierz. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one is a mere thought sits far from all of that glory is in a very mundane looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of the scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first senior who came to mind. She can our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The senior who can detachedly wield the entire of the bygone honor is... yeah, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the Arknights charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager, but let's do this. Yeah. The incandescent golden blades of light sure surge forth, gleaming through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mayor has completed the repairs. Oh, the light returneth to its house once more. Silence, so Mayers is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Masters is still near the shore, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Calcit immediately. Whew, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close to it, it's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote has already approached as close as she could to the seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what's the name of thy noble steed?" Huh? Wait, she communicates with him? Oh, this is quite the coincidence, then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who's not a comrade there, a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine despite its appearance. Yet it might inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Charmla. It was not the waves are darker, more reckless. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night, I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we're unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. Though there really exist seaborn who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded as a positive outcome. Were you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? My apologies. While Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she received good news. What? Dr. Calcit, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel masses. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Calcit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Skadi and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what's transpired. Skadi listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel masses. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you late after and we retrieve the vessel masses. I'll let the doctor know what's happened here. What an oddball. Okay, guys. AFK 2 seconds, literally. I have to go to the restroom. I'll be in 1 minute.
보고 계시는군요. 칭찬 감사합니다. 불청객들을 남김없이 모조리 처리했습니다.
And I'm back, as I promised. Okay. Rhodes Island. Oh, wait a second.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소.
I guess we will still use the Heisho pack. This is the doctor researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had a chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were doomed to be someone like Isan, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a Keycorp employee. The clock just ticked. Ah, this is Dante, the manager at Limbus Company. The ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so it's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, manager, but can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Marcel put it sound worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to the Limbus Company's effort, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel masses and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the breach control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the breach before summoning reinforcement from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack? Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, and as the reinforcement are probably more seafarers. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the breach and neutralize Fabius. Amiya and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the breach. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior as the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by seafarers before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the breach. I observed several entry points leading straight to the breach while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It is true that there are many entry points, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here, the hallway is narrow, long and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see, but on closer look. Looks like the commanding officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bot? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I am being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the seniors earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's application, and even if there's a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask myself. I don't know, I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't even anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing is done, let's get cracking. What What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need to not to follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The doctor's going to update you in real time on where safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps, there's something you would like for us to do? It's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the breach. The breach was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness, wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Far Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Huh? Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable and kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name, the essence of its being changed not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end and you will come to understand this. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctor seemed to have finished their preparation as well, as they and Mia stood opposite Fabius. Incoming, get ready everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is to put my face in the seniors and put them onward. Our style is press the win rate button. Trust me to bring you back no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Okay. Okay, 2 waves.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Okay.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 누구 하나 살려고 말로 받았다.
방금 공격 다음 얘기가 다시 해봐줄래?
물론
영상으로 남기면 다른 지정에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라. 기억 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해를 낸 것 같아. 그게 바로 핵심 증거라고.
이대로 몰아붙이면 아무 저항도 못하고 사건이 해결될 수밖에 없겠는데요? 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는데 지금 감회가 새로워요.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어. 티페리트. 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
네, 잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
위압 막아내지 못하리.
불쌍하게 울부짖는
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
아, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
개체에게 치명적인
Okay, I'm back.
끝내
앞으로의
적에게
전투
치명상을
이대로만
입혔군요.
부탁드리겠습니다.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고
흐름을
있다고
틔울 수도
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한다는 거.
가치 없고 죽어.
Bro. Can you finish them, please?
이건 직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황을 개체를
오케이.
제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
Nova. Okay. 5. How the hell did you lose the clash? And you got paralyzed as well.
고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테 조금 멀겠지만.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이
Okay, I accidentally triggered this creature.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해봐.
Oh, maybe I should redirect. I made a mistake.
흐릿한 동화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌어. 식구의 하늘, 용이되어 빈
Yeah, I should direct others to this Reaper.
두겠습니다. 면담에서
바람 들어오는 대로
일이 생겼을 때
짓밟아라.
상부의
Yep, I made a mistake. Whoopsie daisy.
전투 감각 하나만큼은
Ah, never mind.
수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군.
흑승 빈박질
보통
춤
알아들을 수 없는 말투만 조심히 딱 있어. 사원 수감자.
도끼를 뽑아. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모없지 않아.
길을 열어.
푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠군.
약점
Okay, there's the second wave.
평면적이다.
이렇게 간단하면 김새는데 추리하는 맛이 안 나잖아.
And I probably should finish it in about like 10 turns, and I screwed up, I guess.
흑승 빈박질 준비.
Nice.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
Okay, we clean them. Please do not lose another one clash, thank you.
완벽한 공격이었어.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠. 불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 아득한 여정 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
숨통 끊기.
단장님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
놀랐어? 조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
흐릿한 두와 곱게 접은 종이에 던졌습니다. 10분의 한 용기여 긴 불을 남았다.
아무도
그쪽 방향이
아직 좀 남은 것 같은데?
그러니까 아무도 없었다는 거다.
뭐 방금같이 조금만 더 하면
And we're done.
계속해서
In 10 turns.
정말
It's okay.
이번 제압은 끝이야. 너희들도 고생 많았어. 티피리트, 너도. 언젠가
They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again and using Sea Terrors and his followers as mid shield. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who is putting them in the harm way to save himself. The Sea Terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to trash and struggle to live even knowing that there's no hope. But running only will make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to leave. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors? Mayors appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabio slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. Haha, what a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it's time. Devour me. What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayer's true allegiance. Eat people? Oh ho! Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's pretty common that in the District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not to see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experience and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. This is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here. Devour me. Set sail towards your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on the ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn. So now it is not yet the time. If that is your will, oh Bishop, don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Wow. Mayers waved her hand and the sea terrors climbed up to the vessel from the ship and began tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looks, Fabius looked exhilarated. Exhilarated. nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayers. Calcit, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mayers? It wasn't Fabius. Mayers was the Bishop of the Deep. Yep. I mean, it was kinda obvious that she's not kinda clean with all of that stuff.
흰물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
Okay, we earned plenty of the stuff. Light of the City. They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if there were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was doing to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all alone, Mayers, and now you're gonna... Wait, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't right? Ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins, that it was for all our sake, giving all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns, but I'm not about to demand that you let ourselves be transformed today. Right here and now, I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us? Should we refuse? That is correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mayers was a bishop of the deep. It was also true that Mayers had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the seniors directly. Well, she did almost get us in big trouble while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mayers has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Or envious, more like, in my opinion. Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Blotkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, so you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what are you after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world when the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Oh no, no. We have enough of the bullshit. Believe me, trust me. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alone with those monsters then. Then the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook and began to move. Vessel masses has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel masses will now sail toward the dimensional door. And let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Faust, please calm down yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined that if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborn pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to the city, don't you agree? In Honyan, we've all seen what happened when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take an action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Conch massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued in the Imperitus Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be managed by the wing. This isn't that terribly terrible of a calamity. But Calcid shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither origin of arts nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapon against them is only going to make your enticing meal. Then can we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these to take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust? Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreets, syndicates or fixtures get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is going here. No, it's different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The light? The beam of light from the White Nights and Dark Days incident. How do you... Could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of the great wheel called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels everyone has the beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become seaborns. Look, I want each seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every seaborn an identity of their own to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is that you advocate toward those of the city to join seaborns when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. For fuck's sake. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up upon its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into the monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been through countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in the despair that seems to have no end. I agree with that, with what the light told me. People are deceased. They are so sick that even if the far-flung future, even on the day of the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them Aegirs. Even when oripathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right, there probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of the others with nothing but perfect selfishness. But not when it comes to seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have to power the progress towards a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and looked like a tool. It is possible that she has already met the conditions to effloresce. I don't know how to read this word. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the deficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is our proximity to the dimension outdoor increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. She is distorting. The connection to Faust returning to normal level seems to indicate that level. Wait, people can in other worlds, Mayers, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they're from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayers, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to build a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there is no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece that was missing to really achieve what they want. You're not being honest with yourself. You're not being honest with yourself. I noticed it's very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the infernally overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing the voice. When that singular fate that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distortion individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first I saw it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy, the kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No, there is more to the sunshine than its worth. The sunshine? You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there is a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become seaborns. Please don't. You don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayers. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over there to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, isn't it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city. And the Terra. And then Terra. Okay, we can just sit here and let this happen. Operators to position. Operators are unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field doctor. Whenever someone will distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too. All the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, you don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent. You're right. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes, follow your desires, and paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflects in your eyes. Before the comparison they believe in becomes completely worthless. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city, but we still know so little about seaboards, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have laid the finder under your feet, I can bring you to the city as you are now. Even before the singers had the chance to translate my words, Maya slowly turned into my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before my ears. Past that light I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal? Where did it come from? A dungeon of the phantoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB department especially begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of phantoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Kalcit? Dr. Kalcit. We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhode Island, accept Limbus Company cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of phantoms. We'll be fine. More seafarers. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that seafarers that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way. I'll call Skadi here. You'll be staying behind then? Amia will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayers, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Okay, so it ends with the Dungeon of Phantoms. It seems like. Okay. Okay.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Oh, news of the war getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming swarming. This is the day when the oceanborne calamity broke and sunk a.k.a. seemingly infinite starwards growth. Aren't you going to surface mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in a.k.a. I am not. If a.k.a. falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface, I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to live with them, but fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to a.k.a. but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not after hearing that such terrible thing that has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Guys, wait a second, a couple of minutes. And I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might be no longer an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is very thing that will hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself as Igerian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the a.k.a. They denied my and a.k.a.'s offers for help for the sole reason I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost! We don't need your stupid research from this. You're from the same place as the calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we'd trust you? They confiscated my catalysts and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from a.k.a. was confiscated out of suspicion. Rebellion de la Masas. A few weeks later, when I finally came across the vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side, Rebellion de la Masas. But none of what was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the aberrant soul contaminated by the Nether Sea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the a.k.a. one by one. When my sea terror samples and research note came into view, they all looked completely different from one another. Some of them are different from one another. Some of them will fundamentally different psychologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Myers is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a senior in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Whereas I can see the Seaborn may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are. Whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply different from civilization, it doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. Threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. Whoa. But it wouldn't be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That will be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission as an Inquisitor. I can't let you do that. Yeah, I don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that say compassion for all you want, but Mayas, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the seniors prepare for the battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mayas mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of the sea terrors crashing into us. But this is only way it could end it. Your words are composed entirely of your own color, and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? Do speak. We will hold the line and defend the places against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, you can take down Mayors and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators, we will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amia, please assist Limbus Company just in case. Okay, then let the mission begin. Damn, there is a lot of reading. My mouth and my jaw hurts. I know. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Okay, for now I will go silent a bit because my mouth is tired to read.
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못할
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 물론고 꺾고 제쳐라. 깔끔하게 물었군.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
말로 전술을 도려내라. 길을 열어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
깨우치지.
키울 수도 없겠구나.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 알겠지만. 다스 도박確認.
바람 불어오는데 고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
敵は深手を追って
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 토끼를 보내. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
이제 깨우치시게.
We come across the cavern full of sunken ship remnants and golden treasure that have been washed up inside. There are all kinds of unfamiliar scriptures and twinkling golden coins. There is a whole pile of treasures here. Hey, the records say that this used to be a ship that sailed all across Terra. It must be a ship built for conquest, built during the golden age of Iberia. Look, it says here that this is a golden chalice made in Sargon. Combine an armada of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technological innovation, and certain king's greed, and you get this. It's the kind of glory we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside, but none of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. Should we continue to look just in case? Yeah, I chose this one on my today's run. It gave no effect. Okay. Hanlo. Hanlo picked out a golden compass from the inside the withered bag. The inscription of the compass indicates that this is it is an artifact created during the era of grand expeditions. How this artifact still so intact? This place is only a bridge made of items pulled from the group unconscious that are almost appropriate for the phantoms. It may truly exist, but it may not be reality. Iron stares at the compass for a moment, tempted, before turning around, having accepted the fact that it probably isn't a real artifact. Gold forged compass obtained. Okay. I go this direction, then this.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Excuse me, Mitsu Watayuki. Hello there. Thank you very much for coming. I sincerely glad to see her. I wonder, how did you find me? Okay, this is the focused encounter, and there is 18 enemies. Perfect.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 안에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 보내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이다.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
숨통 끊기.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 食い止められます。
Okay. How about that? Easy clap.
열어젖히고 깔끔하게 물었군. 정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
어머, 몰랐으면 좀 투성이네.
끝내지.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
Okay.
헤어내리.
Okay, let's finish them. In one take. Nice.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Okay, we ignore this one just to... Yeah, just to attack this one.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
죽지 마라.
Okay, nice clean.
말로 받았다.
効果的な攻撃でした。
도려내라. 오야.
ダンテさんの作戦。
I hope they finish the staggered one.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 알겠지만. 엘리트 오페레이터並みの腕前です。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 흐름을 틔울 수
Okay, that was overkill.
깨우치시게.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
もっと効果的な方法が。
And his son will end all of this.
넘고 무수히 넘고.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
Okay.
야음을 틈타.
Okay, fight a bit more difficult. Okay.
か変化が。
Oh, they're Reapers.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
깔끔하게 몰았군. 물론고 꺾고 제쳐라.
効果的な攻撃でした。
아직 듣지 마라.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
Okay.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
12수에게 말로 받았다.
適した攻撃でなくても
저를
正当
도려내.
な選択だったはずです。
물론고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오야 길을 열어라.
끝내지.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
おや、놀랐어? 빈틈투성이네.
가치 없군. 죽어. 훌륭하군요.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
헤어내리.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
가치 없군. 죽어.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 조금 멀겠지만. タンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。 敵は深手を負っています。
이
힘을 봐라.
퉁퉁
이제 깨우치시길.
敵は深手を負っています。
Fuck. Okay.
불가 위약. 막아내지 못하리.
How the fuck did she lost the clash?
가치 없군. 죽어.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새진난 나무
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。
깔끔하게
一つ
물었군.
学ばせていただきました。敵は深手を負っています。
일기당천
숨통 끊기. 가치 없군. 죽어.
넘고 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 또 제쳐라.
Okay, that was long fight. Through the ocean wind blowing between white buildings, someone stands with their lamp lighted, looks around the plume illuminated the piles of monster corpses. Given the clear similarities between his and Irene's outfit, he must be an inquisitor too. What are the civilians doing out here in front of us? On the front lines. Sorry. Unfortunately, nothing happened. I should probably use the first option. At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city. At the center of the brilliant golden light must be Mayor's. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Dokuta? I just need to take a quick breather. Whew, you should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Mia might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working out like Kalsit suggested. Executive manager, if it ever comes to it, you may trust me with the piggybacking. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of Utopia in the center of the light did something Seabirds near us only give us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The seniors couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret, maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent agonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Myers? Well, help her return. We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do after all. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. After taking enough rest, we continue on toward the refracted light. Yeah, we restore the HP. Nice. Okay. Let's get ready the final fight. Oh, without even reading. Mayor's despair. The repulsiveness of people's ill intent. All the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's phantoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The seeds that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the tides that Miss Mayerson is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Reach out into the darkness. A strange power courses through me before radiating towards sinners. Emotional connection.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Let's do maximum damage as possible.
숨통 끊기.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Mhm.
헤어내리.
クリタンズは곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 빈 벼루에
敵
남았구나.
に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
아직 죽지 마라.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。もっと効果的な方法が。
이
Oh, I should probably clash this one.
헤어내리.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 긴 불을 남았구나.
多数討伐確認。
아직 죽지 마라.
敵は深手を負っています。
For real?
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 긴 불을 남았구나.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 스스로
効果的な攻撃でした。
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새진 않나 모르겠어.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 엘리트 오페레이터 並みの腕前です。
이
천사들은 파우스트가 알아.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새지는 않겠소. 눈부시지 않다 두려워하지 마.
敵は深手を負っています。
Okay. For fuck's sake, dude. Mm-hmm.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
가치 없군. 죽어.
Nice.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새지는 않겠소.
Okay, second stage, I guess. You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your subrace? You haven't aged a day. So what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaboards are indispensable in our preparation of the impending doom. Nothing else can ensure the survival of the humanity. Thus, it won't only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existence. You are looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns, but that won't do anything more than prolong our existence. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborn shouldn't be object of worship. We have to stand on equal grounds as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terror, a land in which the hatred for the difference has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborn perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on. dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value, and that process alone in the lives we lead within the city. What worse could be to be alive for their kind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism, their born virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there is no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time has passed since I've made Faramir to my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seems to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to change Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needs the Seaborn's blind selfless altering towards their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even our sense of selves and greed assimilated into this stagnated great will, for the sake of survival, civilization has had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of this paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborn were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land that humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answers that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is to find a way for Seaborn to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found the new path illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voices? What? The answer sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city? Fucking know it's Carmen. It's always Carmen. The hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's not enough of that, but I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those who drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they've both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life. As I'd never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mayers wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of seaboards and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversation I found and collected over this journey along the seniors become my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for that, what I practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the seniors and our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but Myers, that light you spoke of, I don't think that what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one that you walked. Then you confront them both. That can be right. The light, it has to... You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light. That ain't right. How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the seaboard's sense of selves? And just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind of transforming into seaborns, a convenient method that like isn't our path. Because the sense of self-protected like that, the kind nature ain't like that. It would be our own. It'd be your Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, none of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that seaboards can be the answer I always thought. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If we were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, the selflessness you want will be no more. She is a seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, an endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Mayer's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaboards may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius. It seemed clear to me that was precisely his wish, but that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayers. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again in search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. We'll get together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Myers, it's such a prideful thing to do.
カンタさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
벌. 잠깐만 기다려라.
뱀으로 꿰뚫어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 사여, 길을 열어라.
목적이 있었지.
저택을 안내해주지.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
That carries away the windows to Mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayors and the Dungeon of the Phantoms know the ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortion countered by the boss team have assumed a form generally recognized as organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing the distortion form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If her distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode its very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling phantoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Mayor's home we saw when we peered into her memories. The machines continued to whir loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to the sockets of their sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. Ah, it says little handy down there. This has an oddly similar structure to the hand of the saint the Inquisitor brought. Then shall this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battle? Rhode Island already seem to have their hands full holding the line against this tide of sea terrors. Oh, I skipped accidentally. After a quick decision, the seniors decided to take just one of the machines. Mini decontamination kit detected, counteracting nether sea brand toxicity. I don't really understand how it works, but sure sounds helpful. Okay, let me use this fucking ego, for fuck's sake.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
For real? He lost the clash.
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로
잠깐만 기다려라.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새진 않나 묻겠소.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다. 미나상, しっかりしてください.
헤어내리. 역시 니놈 말대로 어떤 사람이라도 맞출 수 있는 마법의 탄환이.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빗발이지.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새진 않나 묻겠소.
그래도 언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까. 敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
아득한 목을 콱 물어버리자고.
흐릿한 두와 곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘 용서여 빈 벼루에 남았구나. 색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 봤어. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버려. 무상은 없음. 불끈을 지워낼 뿐.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다. 색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어. 무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지워낼 뿐.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備
수 없는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
일기당천.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Limbus Company の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
일기당천.
바로 이
이날이 보긴 오는구만.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 혈압도 바로. 숨은 것들이 옥죄어 온다. 혈압도 바로.
が優勢です。
너의
今
쓸모를
こそ
보여라.
勝機をつかむ時です。
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
말로 받았다. 저 해주를 도려내라. 물 넘고 꺾이고 제쳐라. 오히려 길을 열어라.
날개는 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅 모든 피 쏟아내리.
이깟 더러운 피에 무릎 꿇을 소냐. 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 또 제쳐라.
Holy fuck. It was kinda hard. I should bring Thinking Team. It's true that people scrutinize others for difference to find something they called hate, but it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Myers admired these two unknown seaborns and delight. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Myers, do you still want to go to the city? No, I remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies and I'll talk more to find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Myers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for the path, if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light faded and gives ways to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel masses. Battle complete. Vessel masses is slowing down. How's Miss Myers? Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the dungeon of the Phantoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What will happen to Miss Myers now? First we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to the Rose Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she's also had Terra's best interest at heart. Together I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she is sentenced to death? Then we'll need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have left to go is go back. All we left to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low tremor roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where did this shit come from? Wait, is that the night? Almost as is driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must clicked in Otis' head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the breach, Praise, grab onto something. Oh bollocks, mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone brace for the impact. Stay alert. Something is coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a seaborn about the size of slightly larger than the vessel masses. Amelia's communicator buzzes with each male voice. The currents are going wild. No, something is causing the currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as it's possible, but we cannot do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel masses to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at this moment, but we have to come up with one now, and fast. Does anything comes to mind? We should first figure out why that seaborn is coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the seaborn, and it swims by. We can just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not only those ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with the ship. Just why couldn't it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius' order is coming after me? Skadi, you? Yes, I am their enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship at the moment Skadi positioned herself here. Just what are the abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea turtles and seaborns. Of course it isn't based off any emotions such as vengeance or resentment. It's Skadi's... well, it's not that important right now. What matters is that they're slowly targeting Skadi. Operators of Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their lone defense against the waves in the Dungeon of Atoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Mia, who battled mares in the meantime. To engage the seaborn in its particular circumstances is... oh? Something shakes the vessel masses once again. What's this now? There's more? There's an indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship, however. A violent destructive sound crashes through the waves towards vessel masses. Past the sudden wall of mist there was... we're lucky. Or was it simply how it's supposed to go? Sharmla. Sir Knight? Two seaborns. It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he is the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Hanlu said, the knight charged straight at the giant rough wave. At the great seaborn as though he hardly noticed our presence. If we can help the knight repel that seaborn, we just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel masses ourselves. Can your hand still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan and I'd like everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now it's time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from the Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Skadi leaps tall into the air using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to the appropriate positions and commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both excited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have ya two out there? This cult seat seems to know enough about seafaring to take over. Well, this crisis is far from over. She was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll all be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're going to be okay? We can stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but Emilia pointed towards the dimensional door, which has shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Emilia. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian sea breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merda, try not to drop into Iberia next time, you got that? Haha, sure, let's all stay nicely put in our own worlds. The great seaboard briefly falters as the combined might of Ascadia and the night. The ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Managers, now's your chance to get to the dimensional door. Someday I hope we can meet again. Is that Karone Inugami? Okay, I'm just kidding. And there is also someone else. This is Iron, this is Dokuta, and this is also someone else I cannot recognize. There is some other operators. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at the Rhodes Island, defending the vessel masses, we leaped into the pitch black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out of my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then... Huh? Is this Yihongyan? I look around and see the seniors strewn about the room dozing off. Okay, they're sleeping. The Guanyan Yihongyan Yard. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. You have come to. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhodes Island. Rhodes? You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of the Lobotomy Corps branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, and this strange emotional tug in my heart, and ego I don't even recall extracting. Nom nom, our Roshinante Prithia will me but 5 more minutes of skeleton wouldn't train in dummies to wake you in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Saud? She said something about how there been a delay or something. I couldn't find Saud, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay anywhere in Yihonyan. But on the desk I did find a note filled with various requests and letters, both presumably left behind by Saud. We've got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from the HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said that or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then if you may be lost in the ideals. Even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the seniors one by one. It's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys, time to get to work. The seniors each began waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings, like they were just pulled up out of a long dream. Okay, it's midnight for me and it's time to finally finish. Okay. It's time for me to finish the... Oh, fuck, I fucked up the screenshot. Okay, we're finally done. We're finally done. And also we received a hell of a lulashi for that. And this is what just left from all of this. Yeah. It was just a dream. Okay. It was quite a tough fight, but still manageable. I completed all the thing just by the completing hard. I didn't play the normal first. That's it. I think I will able to get all the rewards just by playing daily mirror dungeons. Also, I want to say that I think I will not be able to stream for the rest of the months, at least for the October 14th, because I want to prepare something like another congratulatory video for Matarakan, and also I was about to make a clip with translation, but it will be a different type of a translation. I will make a translation clip, but not of a VTuber. I hope you will like the new format. So, as for now saying, thanks for watching. I'll be leaving for now. Thanks for watching and Otsukaresama, Otsu City, bye.